Well, let's get those 10 qualifying cars up front and center. Jake Sacco, Shane Bonner, Chris Budsman, Michael Prescott, Jesse Denome, Marcus Dunbar. First dozen kids can head out onto the fun bus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you please, gentlemen, for the playing of our this national anthem. Your unified street stock plate carrier tonight, the New York Chiropractic, Pitlick and West, Connor. You weren't here last night. These 10 drivers that are locked into the big show tonight, they finish in the top 5 and 5 and 5. So these guys will make up the first 5 rows. So there's Frisbees number 1 through 10. We're going to gather all the drivers up here. And this is a pretty diverse field. You've got drivers from Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, and representing a bunch of different sanctions. All right, drivers, if you can listen for just one quick sec, please. Here's how we'll do this. The winners of the features get to draw first. So we'll go with Jake first, followed by Shane Barr, then second place. So Budzo, Chris Budsman will go third. We'll do a little banter here and there. Then Jesse Denome, so forth. So, without further ado, the winner of the first A main out of Manning, Iowa, the 14, Jake Sakow. Let's give him a hand, folks. So, I got to ask you, Jake, a lot of the open wheel guys, like sprint cars, Badger midget guys that come up here, they say that this place, they call it 141 North. You won there Saturday. Any comparisons at all?
It's really similar, very slick, and both different charging. It's fun.
So anything compared down to Iowa that you run, or not really?
No, not that. Stewart's supposed to be, and it's slick like that, so they're similar, but nothing shaped like this.
So you're feeling lucky? 10 chances to get that number 1, huh?
Not very lucky, but we'll see what we get here.
Okay, guys, when you get these Frisbees afterwards, the drivers can come up and throw the Frisbees up the crowd to the kids. So, pick up your Frisbee and see what you got. For the truth, you got to pull a piece of paper there. He drops a number, so he will be inside the second row, number 4 for Jake Sakow. Up next, the 58 car. Where's Slim Shady? Shane Barr. Come on over here. Now, you never want to win that way, but hey, a win is a win. This guy's a crew chief turned racer. Used to be a crew chief for an asphalt guy, Andy Monday, a good friend of ours.
Yeah, I did that for close to 25. And we decided to take the dirt route and go quote with Corey Kempkes, and helped him for a few years, did a couple mechanics races, and decided I needed to be behind the wheel instead of operating the wrenches around the wheel. So
I tell you what, those mechanics races have launched some racers, haven't they?
And honestly, I would have never gotten behind the wheel. I never had an inkling to do it. I love building the stuff and beating the other guy through the wrenches in my brain. So this is a totally different aspect. In fact, all of the drivers out here, it's a tough deal, and there's a lot of good guys here. So I'm very thankful to be standing in this spot. Like you said, we don't like to win the way we won, but that's just the way it goes sometimes, unfortunately.
Well, he's nicknamed Slim Shady. Slim won't pick a Frisbee. The front row is still open, so is number 3. Slim Shady, Shane Bonner is going to pick one. And what do we got? Number 6, so outside, row number 3 for Slim Shady. Shane Bauer out of Greenville. Hang on to your Frisbees, we'll throw them in. Up next, Dr. Love, Chris Budsman in the X. Now, little shameless plug, if you need a website built, this is your man. He's built my website, joevertigan.com, been going almost 6 years, and you're a part-time racer now, aren't you?
Yeah, we're just mainly hitting all the specials in the area, and this is one of them that popped up, and let's go have some fun and see what happens. And we ran really good last night, so here we are.
You did, and he's got a really good reason for just running part-time. A bunch of little kids will do that, won't they?
Yeah, we got a high schooler, middle schooler, and then a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, so we got our hands full all summer. I feel like we only get to the pool one time a year. We only go so many times.
So, like a lot of racers, weekly racing's out of the question. They chase big money shows. Chris, you go ahead and grab yourself a Frisbee. The front row is open. Anything else you want to add here? Let's hear it.
It's a 1 or a 10, nothing in between.
Okay, here we go. Dr. Love, Chris Budsman. And what do we got? The moment of truth? A 3. So inside, row number 2 for the X of Chris Budsman. Up next, a guy who has won twice within 3 or 4 weeks here out of Chippewa Falls. The 22 of Michael Truscott. Come on down. So now we talk about the IMC versus Westsoda thing. I've seen both sanctions win here. What say you?
Yeah, it's really close between these different divisions, and I mean, I run a lot of these big shows like this, and they're mixed in like this, and it always comes down to luck of the draw, how things play out, keeping the nose clean, and there's some really good drivers all around the nation, in this area especially, so it'll be good racing tonight.
Well, I tell you, he's got the hot hand here in weekly racing on Tuesday nights. Michael, go give it a pick here. The front row is open. Michael Truscott in white 22, the moment of truth. Oh, and he draws a 9. He'll go inside from row number 5 for Michael Truscott. Up next, the driver out of Escanaba, Michigan, of the 6 car, Jesse Denome. Come on down. Jesse's been here before. Couple times. Compared this track, where does it rank with the other ones you like to race at?
I like racing here. It's a lot of fun. A lot of guys here. The track's awesome. And it's just a good time.
Have a Lucky Rabbit's foot with you, or no? That front row's open yet.
Yeah, I kind of really don't want to front row.
Okay, all right. So, Jesse Denome, go ahead and pick yourself a foot. First and second are up for grabs yet. Jesse Denome draws a number 5. He'll go inside row number 3. Up next, the 7X Junior out of Meredesco, Michigan, Marcus Dunbar. Now, Marcus, we haven't seen him a lot in recent years. First of all, welcome back. He's won titles here, late models, and modifieds. What's it going to take for this 50-lapper tonight?
Managing your stuff, hopefully staying out of any wrecks. Hopefully it doesn't rubber down tonight. These guys are all good. All the sanctions are pretty equal. So I think this is going to take a little luck.
Marcus Dunbar, go ahead and pick one. That front row is open. Some guys get jinxed. They don't want that front row. I don't know. Marcus taking a little stroll here. 1 and 2 are open. What do we got? Number 2, Marcus Dunbar will go outside for number 1.
He's dangerous up there.
All right, up next.
We remember what happened last
Nick Kaler out of Bloomer, Wisconsin. Come on up. First time here this year ever?
First time here ever.
Compare it to anything you race out in western Wisconsin. Anything close?
Nothing.
Nothing close. It's a unique deal here, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It's challenging.
What's it going to take to be there at the end of 50 laps? Luck, patience, Dodge lap tires, or all of the above?
All of that for sure. And maybe draw the one.
All right, go draw one. Nick Kaler out of Bloomer, one of the Westsoda drivers in our top 10, and number 10. So he's starting outside row 5. So we've got 3 left. I know the poll is open, and Jared Seifert is up next. Come on up. Former champion, longtime modified competitor in the B-Mod tonight. You feeling lucky tonight?
Well, we got to try to be once in a while.
He's also got a stock car here tonight. Do you learn something when you run both classes like you do, as far as track conditions, like when you got to run like the next race? Does it help you, or is it kind of like apples and oranges?
It helps, you know. I don't have a real lot of time around here, so any little bit helps.
Do you want the pole, or do you want something else?
I'll take the pole.
Well, you got a 1 in 3 chance. Go ahead, Jared Seifert out of Luxembourg. Let's see how his luck is here. And drum roll, please. We use too much. Oh, he's got the number 1 spot. He drew the pole. Jared Seifert out of Luxembourg. Now, we still got 2 more to go. Out of Boone, Iowa, winner of the last 2, captain of the Cricks at 141 Speedway. He knows how to win the 5K or the 10K shows. Matt Avila out of Boone, Iowa. Matt, what'd you learn during practice and that feature race yesterday? This guy passed a lot of cars. Came through a B. What's it going to take to win this big one?
I didn't come to practice, and then yesterday.
Well, that's right. He did not come to practice. Yesterday was his first day here.
I kind of set myself back in the heat race, spun out, and hit the tractor tire about every lap, I felt like, and just had to miss the tractor tires and moved up the racetrack later in the night and kind of worked around, and the car was good, and I feel like we got something for tonight.
Todd, what's left for numbers here? What do we need?
7 and 8.
7's up, and
8.
In an 8. So either way, be row 4, inside or outside. And number 8, so outside row 4. And up next, the 2187H from Winona, Minnesota. It's Harley Dice.
Try and get it off of there. See?
Ed Reichert actually
Good
corrected
idea,
me.
right, Pat? Good
Appreciate that. Ed's a good guy. What do you think of this place?
This place is awesome. It's the first time I've ever been here, and it races like nothing I've ever been on before. You come out of 2 with just an absolute head of steam, and I don't know, you get to kick the car super sideways, but you still drive off the corner pretty decent. So yeah, this place is pretty cool. I snuck in on a DQ, but I mean, I'll take it as a small win, being the only car that transferred in without a big spoiler. So I think that might play a factor in here when it gets super slick tonight. But we changed some stuff. We're going to see if it does anything in the hot lap session, and yeah, hopefully we can hang on for 50.
So USRA rules with your car, right? So what's your weekly track you race at?
I race at like Mississippi Summer Speedway, Deer Creek, Mason City Motor Speedway. We go to Fayette every once in a while, Decorah, Fairmont. We race up the weekend pretty much.
All right, go ahead and grab your Frisbee. We pretty much know what he's got, right? Which is number 7. All right, that's it. Drivers, if you don't mind making your way through here and throwing your Frisbees up in the crowd, thank you very much. Let's get this party started.
If you got like a great motor to give you a spoiler, like that he was talking about, he had no spoiler, so he's a USRA concept motor, no spoiler. A little bit tweaks the differences in them. Because I've seen the 13 guy run a lot of USRA shows. He does a lot of this stuff. He's fast. They're all fast. That's how much why they're here. Right.
I love that one.
Did you?
All right, 50-50 is going on. We do have them. Conover Fire and Rescue. Give them some business. Folks still coming in. We just ask you to kind of please squeeze together, get to know your neighbor a little bit. We got a lot of seating up on the hill there by turn number 1. Big thanks to our sponsors to make this event possible. Dalbeck Sales, Dustin White Construction, to Detroit Well Drilling, and SR Woodwind. A big thank you to those sponsors. Again, our starter Lou Needitz giving the field a 1 to go signal. Blake Wilkie, the 31, is your leader. And we're back to green. Making it a 2-horse race as they pull away from the field. Laundry coming out, 1 to go. Getting the win. Your winner, driving the Frisky Drywall, number 31 out of Tomahawk. Have a nice Eagle River round of applause for your winner, Blake Wilkie, heat number 1 in your Dan Service 300 micros. Heat number 2 coming your way. 5 cars going to throw down for 6 laps on the pole. Hometown driver Reed Johnson, the 99J, outside from Manitowish Waters. It's Archer Peter in the 17. Row number 2, Bentley Sulliger in the 07, Carter Aho of the 100 out of Twin Lakes, Michigan. Back of the bus, Parker Ewart out of Eagle River in the 621. 5 cars for 6 laps. Ready to rock and roll. They pick up the pace. They hit the truck line. Be careful out there. Arthur Ewart doing some landscaping for us. We'll stay green. Gallagher. Your race winner, sponsored by Superior Plumbing in the 99. Give it up for Reed Joslin. All right, coming up next. It'll be the first of 5 last chance qualifier heats for the Chevrolet V-Mods. Now, the top 2 finishers out of each will be locked into the big show tonight, and they are lined up based upon passing points. So, the better you did last night from the non-qualifiers 6th on down throughout the night, the better your lineup is. So, this front row looks like this. On the pole will be the 1Z Jason Zadroik out of Eagle River. Outside, out of Rapid River, Michigan, and the 8L, it's Ryan Lindbergh. Row number 2, inside, he won the $100 JoeBertigan.com Long Haul Award last night, all the way from Peoria, Arizona, nearly a 2,000-mile trek one way. Kyle Salo in the 45K. Outside, out of Iron Ridge, Wick, Wisconsin, the 03Z is Austin Zadroik. Row 3 inside, the teenager looking good in this car, the 25A, the rookie, out of Twin Lakes, Michigan, Cooper Aho. Outside, out of Eagle River, the 73, Dustin White. Pulling double duty tonight, also wheeling the stock car. Row 4 inside, hometown driver Tad Schoonover, the 47 outside, out of Wyoming, Minnesota. Picked up a USLA late model feature win here earlier this year. It's the 63 of Patrick Kelly. Shotgun on the field from the back of the bus out of Galesville, Wisconsin. Micah Iverson, 27. 9 cars, 10 laps, first of 5, last chance qualifier. Number 1. Our track is covered John Castle, Castle Creations Media. He's got some great shots tonight. Colorful shots, handed shots in the pitch. Victory lane. Shout out his work on social media. Working track photographers in the business. So Zadroik came up 1 spot shy last night at the top 5. He's 6th in this through the pack. In your winner in the Zedroik Well Drilling, Meyer Electric Badger Truck Repair, 1Z Jason Zedroik has locked his way and punched his ticket into the big show tonight, along with another Eagle River driver, Dustin White. Yeah, Dustin White, he did what he had to do there at the end to get into the show. Last chance qualifier number 2 coming up. Another guy who had an amazing run coming from a B main last night, coming up 1 spot shy behind Jared Seifert. Cole Shardeski, driving the Bob Cullen Motorsports number 8C out of Denmark, Wisconsin. Outside it's the 9B out of Brussels, Trevin Bieser. Row number 2, Savage, Minnesota's Dan Wheeler in the red 1. Outside from Eau Claire, it's Josh Smith in the 21J. Row 3 inside from Wisconsin Rapids, one of the best short track driver in the history of racing, Dick Trickle, Isaiah Rowe in the 96. Outside, hometown driver Ryan Brown in the 25. Row number 4 inside, Wausau's Scott Swanson in the 32. Outside, Maryland, Wisconsin, Rodney Hurst in the 65H. From the back of the bus, out of Green Bay, number 22M, that is Devilish Doug Bauer. He'll start from the shotgun spot. 9 cars, 10 laps, top 2 will make it in to tonight's big show. Like I always like to say, get to know your neighbor. We sure appreciate it. We appreciate your patience with the food lines and everything else. And just a reminder, our weekly Tuesday night races, we only got 2 of them left for the weekly stuff. Next Tuesday night on the 18th, it will be our back to school night, backpack giveaway night. We're going to have a bunch of backpacks. We're going to be giving away chock full of school supplies. And kids 12 and under all get one free. So make sure and get yours. If you want to donate one, see Pat or Patty. Probably not today's the best day. Maybe another day during the week, reach out to them. Or just bring it to the track that day. Again, tighten them up. Just please kind of make a little room if you can. Just a reminder, no smoking or vaping in the bleachers. Please go behind the bleachers for that. And we thank you. Also, do not forget, we have event t-shirts that we had made up. First ever Rumble at the River. They've got those for sale, all different sizes, along with hoodies, crew neck sweatshirts at the Souvenir Shack. Behind the bleachers, closer to turn 4. Turn 4 behind there. All right. Last chance qualifier number 2. Cole Shardeski not running his normal 21cc. Climbing behind the wheel of the Bob Cullen Motorsports number 8 Charlie Sport Pod tonight. He had a heck of a run. He passed a lot of guys last night. Picked up a feature with the 9B. The grandson of Dennis, the Menace Meisler. Dennis is here tonight. I had a good talk with him yesterday. Very diverse field here tonight. of Bob Public Motorsports, number 8, Charlie. East Central Coin, Jiggers Automotive. Give it up for Cole Shardeski out of Denmark, winner of heat number 2. So IMCA sanctioned cars win both heats 1 and 2 that time. Last chance qualifier number 3 coming your way next. And your lineup looks like this. From Muskego, Wisconsin, on the pole with the 05 of Tucker Bodendorfer. Outside from O'Connell Falls, it's Owen Wilcox in the 33W. Row number 2 inside, our defending champion here in 2025 from Ontonagon, Michigan, the Quattro, the 44, Dave Dishaw. Outside from Chilton, one of the few Ford powered products in the field tonight, the 88D out of Chilton, that's Parker Dirks. Row 3 inside out of Bennington, Nebraska, the 131 car, that is Caleb Woodard. Outside, feature winner here this year out of Mass City, Michigan, it's the 2J of Corey Jolly. Row number 4 out of Minocqua, another regular here, the 25F, that's Andy Fink. Outside, Brad Keith out of Allenton of the 48K. Cole Sloszewski from the back of the bus. The third of 5 last chance qualifiers. They will get one more kick at the cap, so to speak. There will be featured matches. After our top cars and street stock and heat races. 9 cars going to throw it on for 10 laps. Pretty even next to Minnesota cars as well. Dr. Bodendorfer pulling double duty time, also with an IMCA stunt car. They pick up the pace. winner. He hails from Bennington, Nebraska. Have a nice Eagle River round of applause for our long hauler visitor, Caleb Wonder, to the 131. Coming up next, last chance qualifier number 4. And on the pole for the regulars up at ABC in Ashland, out of Mason, Wisconsin, Tyler Vernon in the 41B. Outside from Arkansas, Wisconsin, Shadow Kitchener's in the 68K. Inside, row number 2 out of Norfolk, Nebraska. That's where the car owner's from. The driver is from Winona, Minnesota. He's you can almost call him a full-time racer, maybe. Big late model stud from western Wisconsin, Minnesota area. That is Jake Tim tonight, the 7B. Outside, former IMCA state champion back in the day out of Seymour, the 118, Jim Jorgensen. 3 inside, local from Phelps, the 5, that's Dustin Kangas. Outside, the 65G out of Iron Mountain, Michigan, it's Frank the Tank Gas 480. Feature winner here earlier this year. Final row, row number 4 out of New Auburn, Wisconsin, the Flying Farmer Jake Stein, the 1S. Outside from Columbus, Minnesota, it's the OK, that is Matt Kelly. Ride at 7B at Jake Tim. Jake's run United States Modified Touring the sight lines if you can, please. Kind of move those lines if you would. Again, we appreciate your patience. Thank you. Our fifth and final last chance qualifier coming your way. On the pole, our lone racer out of Marion, North Dakota. Out of North Dakota, Lucas Rodin. He'll be in the 19-hour. Outside, Kelly, Iowa's Cam Reimers in the 21. Row 2 inside, out of O'Galley, Wisconsin, Justin Seipel, the 25S. Outside, local out of Rhinelander, that's Jeff McDonald in the 7M. Row 3 inside, Baldwin, Wisconsin's Matt Joslin in the 26J. Outside, Gunnar Hurst out of Maryland, Wisconsin in the 65 Junior. Your final row out of Esco, Minnesota, it's Ross Cedar in the 21R. And on the outside, out of Decorah, Iowa, it's Philip Heidi in the 28T. Our final last chance qualifier coming your way. Top 2 will make it into the A-Main. Don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets. Conover Fire and Rescue. With this big crowd tonight, I got a feeling it's going to be a pretty healthy sum of money you're going to be taking home. tonight, man. There's lead changes, passing, all sorts of stuff going on. So this division suited to this track very well. And they don't call it the Class 2 Tough to Tame for nothing. Run to go, signal given. Good to see Pat Sedroy smile. He's a little stressed on there. He's looking good now. Looking in the stands and he's smiling. I like that. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of work, a lot of time putting deals like this together. So it's been great. Kyle Frederick, remember last year, we had a bounty on Rod Snellenberger. He's one of the only guys that came up, and he ended up and he won the bounty. So Kyle loves this track. It's a snail's pace up to the front line. When it comes to folks in the racing community, he's truly a good egg, good sport. A&E Sales and Service, Cyber Camp Ranches, one of the good guys in the motorsports industry, Kyle Frederick in the 50F. Heat number 2 in the Superior Plumbing IMCA stock cars. 8 cars for 8 laps. And on the pole from Rhinelander, Hodite Country, Josh Joslin of the 15J. Outside from Malacca Flambeau, it's the 75 of Matt Cleary. Row 2 inside, your hometown driver, Trenton Bell in the 29. Outside from Pulaski, Riley McGee in the 27. Row 3 inside, pulling double duty. Tonight, Jason Zadorek in the 1C of Eagle River. Outside, she made history, first female ever, a couple of weeks ago. First driver to win an IMC stock car feature, and she did it at the ripe old age of 14. Third generation driver, Kesley Richards out of Montello in the 99R. Final row, 2 more guys pulling double duty tonight. The 05, Muskego, Wisconsin's Tucker Bodendorf for the 05. And from the back, from the truck, the 21, CZ Cole Sharneski out of Denmark. 8 cars, 8 laps, getting ready to throw down for Superior Plumbing, stock car heat number 2. Folks, don't forget, on race day Tuesdays, best to check our Facebook page for race day weather and Detroit at the line for second. Was Johnson in your winner. On the road, number 29, running into some sour luck this year. Good to see him picking up a heat win here. Give it up for Trenton Bell for their heat number 2. Coming up next, not one, not two, but three Detroit World Drilling Street Stock Heats. And a big thanks to our sponsors that helped us put this program together tonight. Delbeck Sales, Dustin White Construction, Detroit Well Drilling, and SR Woodwind. Lineup for heat number one looks like this. On the pole, another four-powered car. It's the 87 out of Chilton. That's Eric Dirks. Outside from Rhinelander, it's the 57 Ryan Scheffler. Row two inside, Josh Joplin. And Danny Gracie Alvin of Greenville. Row three inside, Jeremy Johnson, the 17J out of Rhinelander. Outside, Holt Heisel, Rhinelander, the 22H. From the back of the bus, scheduled the 100J, Blake Johnson going to round out the field. 7 cars scheduled to throw down rookie classes. So Eric Dirks, I believe his first time here this year, running a competitor, running Gravity Park USA and Chilton on Friday night. Andy Gracie Allen, well, he just got a part-time mode now. Racing here and there, it's probably won a mile figure 8 titles, street stock titles down at WIR. He's run everything from dirt late models, IMC modifieds, you name it, he's raced it. Looks like we're missing the 15J of Josh Joplin. How many folks were not here last night but are here tonight? You weren't here tonight. Raise your hand, just out of curiosity. Yeah, quite a few. When you're on the 2-day deal, the first thing also later on the front end. Glad to see all those smiling faces out in the crowd here tonight. Joslin doing a driver swap from one car to the other. He'll be coming out here shortly. Joslin's joined the field and we're getting ready to turn them loose. Eric Dirks, how many Ford fans in the crowd here tonight? You'll give it for the blue oval here in the 87. We're coming down. Parker Dirks got that old Ford working there yet in the 87. One lonely lap in, and Ryan Shipper, we do have a one spin unassisted rule. So unfortunately, Ryan Shipper, he'll get her back for the feature yet. All cars in the A main too, by the way. All 21 of them will start the A main. number 2 in the chute. Ready to rock and roll. Here's the Droid Well Drilling Street Stocks on the pole. Out of Mass City, Michigan, the 22J, that's Caleb Jollop. Outside from Rhinelander, it'll be the 2J of Alexis Joslin. Row 2 inside, out of Leone, picked up the feature win Friday night down in Luxembourg. Jake Brickner in the 74, kind of a funny story. I announced in Seymour, I'm driving home north to Dunbar. I get around the split up near Abrams and I'm passing this 74, and I find out later he won. So Jake Brickner been running well here on Tuesday nights as well. Jason G. Jr. on a Crandon, the 48 car. Row 2 inside, 12 years old. Making her first appearance here of the year from Marshfield. Welcome back, Madison Derringer. The Eagle River here with the 28 car. 7 cars for 8 laps. All cars will transfer to tonight's aim. Then the 300 juniors, then you'll be up next. Last chance race lineups are on the way down. Caleb Jollop and Alexis Johnson will set the pace. We'll try it again. Don't try it again. B-Mods, let's line up for your B-Beams. The lineups are posted. B-Mods, line up for your B-Beams. Coming up in second, and your winner out of Leona, Wisconsin, Jake's bar number 74, long over every unit for Jake Brickner. Once again, Chevrolet B-Mods, your B-Mains are posted. Let's get them lined up, drivers. Coming up next, your third and final is the Detroit Well-Thrilling Street Stock Heat. 8 laps to distance, and on the pole, your defending champion, known as the Mayor of Sugar Camp. The 838, that's Jason Eisel. Outside, Caleb Miller out of Eagle River in the 53M. Row 2 inside for Muskego, Cooper Bodendorfer in the 64B. Outside, Eagle River's own Ben Petlick in the 190. Row 3 inside from 3 Lakes, it's Nick Allard in the 69. Outside, the Flying Grandma, that's Grandma Kim Brown out of Eagle River in the 15 Baker. From the back of the bus, it's the 33G, hometown driver Riley Lemben. 7 cars for 8 laps. Last chance qualified to beat features for the B-Mods. Final call, get them in line. Third and finals, the Detroit Well-Thrilling Street Stock Heat coming your way. Remember, you can get your 50-50 tickets tonight out over Fire and Rescue. I'm feeling that is going to be a huge, huge pot tonight. Racing Jason Ice over there at Sugar Camp on the point in the 8:38. He'll set the pace from the pole position. Sugar Camp. And the actual service was 8:38. Corey, give it up. Jason Eisel with the win. All right, coming up next, we have two big E-mains. When I say big, listen to these numbers. 17 of them going to throw down for 12 laps in the first one, and 16 in the second one. Reminds you of those Luxembourg TriStar days, Kelly Hapen, when you jammed 16, 18 of them in a consi. We called it the hooligan, whatever you want to call it, but flashbacks to that. But anyways, 12 laps we're going to throw down. In this first one, the lineup looks like this. Rapid River, Michigan's Ryan Lindbergh on the pole. He lost out on that last lap muscle move by Dustin White in that last chance qualifier earlier. Corey Jolliffe will be on the outside of the 2J. Row 2, Matt Johnson of Baldwin in the 26J. Outside, hometown driver Ryan Brown of the 25. Row 3 inside, Winona, Minnesota's Jake Tim in the 7B. Outside, the teen rookie out of Twin Lakes, Michigan, Cooper Aho in the 25A. Row 4, Ontonagon, Michigan's Dave Dishaw in the 44. Philip Eide out of Decorah, Iowa in the 2018. Row 5, Wausau's Scott Swanson in the 32. Outside, the Flying Farmer out of New Auburn, Jake Stein in the 1S. Row 6, out of Galesville, Wisconsin, Mike Anderson of the 27I. Paul Schwartzowski from Pulaski in the 36 Charlie. Row 7, Ryan Lander, Jeff McDonald, 7M, Ron Edwards. Out of Ron long way to go and a short time to get there. Lindbergh and Corey Jolly will set the pace. Hang on to your hats, folks. Oh boy. Michigan, your leader of the Tuesday. Ryan Lippard from Rapid River, Michigan, had it run pretty well the last couple of days here. He's solid. And Jake Tim's right there with 17. So somebody lost a bumper, 8 laps complete. That'll set up a 4-lap shootout to the finish. Dave Dishon is on the roof on 44. It's him, our defending track champions. One feature here this season. Keep your eye on the 44. Do not count him out or Ryan Brown for that matter. Along with your winner, a weekly racer here picked up a feature with us, Corey Jolliffe in the 2J. number 2. Again, same thing. Top 2 make it in. On the pole, Trevin Beeser out of Brussels in the 9B. Outside, Seymour's Tim Jorgensen of the 118. Row number 2, Austin Zadroik out of Iron Ridge in the 03Z. Outside, Tucker Bodendorfer in the 05. Row 3 inside, Justin Seipel out of O'Galley, Wisconsin. Josh Smith outside from Eau Claire, the 21J. Row 4, Frank the Tank Gasparini, Iron Mountain, Michigan, the 65. Peoria, Arizona's Kyle Sable in the 45K. Row 5, Andy Fink out of Minocqua, 25F. Ross Cedar, Esko, Minnesota in the 21R. Row 6, Devilish Doug Bauer in the 22M out of Green Bay. Outside from Phelps, it's Dustin Kangas in the 5. Row 7, Pat Schoonover out of Eagle River in the 47. Outside, Parker Dirks out of Chilton, the 88D. Your final row, Maryland's Gunnar Hurst in the 65 junior. And to the outside, Isaiah Rowe out of Wisconsin Rapids.
Our internet's jammed up. I tried. I can't.
2. So here's what's up next, this final B main. We're going to run that, and then after that we're going to have a quick shakedown session for those top 10 drivers that were locked in. Their cars haven't only seen the track for the National Anthem Parade Lap, so they'll get a quick hot lap session. Then we'll come back with our 300 micro sprints. Then we'll have a brief intermission. So things are moving right along. Again, in that souvenir stand, it is Speedway here. Chance Qualifier B feature number 2. Only 2 will move on to tonight's program. We want to go signal given here. And Jorgensen bring him down. action Timmy Jorgensen did not want to see. 8 now and 4 to go. Another 4-lap shootout to the finish. Well, they're lining up those 50-50 tickets in droves for Conover, Fire, and
got a gun raffle going on down there 12 days ago. We'll sell tickets for it. We'll go over $20.
Beeser, Zendroik, Holgarfer, here top one currently with a 4-lap shootout to the finish. So Trevin Beecher, good run for the 9. He looked good. He's in the show. We brought some fans up here tonight. Awesome. Out of Brussels. Glad to hear that. Here's representing proud. Along with your winner, former Wisconsin State champion of the division, came very close to winning a national title, I think, by 1 spot. Hit a handful of points. Came out of retirement a couple of years ago, and he's still at it. Still on his A game. Tim Jorgensen out of Seymour. Give it up for Tim. A couple of solid battlers from northeastern Wisconsin. Going to get a good run up here tonight at Eagle River. So up next, remember those 10 drivers that drew those Frisbees? Well, they're going to get their shakedown session. Coming up next, and after that we'll do our 300 micro sprint feature. Before a brief intermission, we're going to go right back into our A-mains here tonight. One more time, the 22 out of Luxembourg will be Jared Seifert. The 14, Jake Sacco out of Manning, Iowa. The 58, Shane Barr out of Greenville. The X, it's Dr. Love. It appears Chris Buntsman. Michael Truscott from Chippewa Falls, the 22, the 6. Escanaba, Michigan's Jesse Denome. Marcus Dunbar out of Marinesco, Michigan, the 7X Junior. Nick Taylor out of Bloomer, the 13. Matt Avila in the 2X. From Boone and Harley. out of Winona, Minnesota. We're going to give him a quick shake now. Twin Lakes, Michigan's Carter Aho in the 100. Your final row, it's the Ewards, Maya Eward in 87 and Carter Eward in the 621, both out of Eagle River. 12 laps the distance. That's our first A main of the night. weekend, and now we're counting down the nights we've got left to race here. There aren't many left. Next Tuesday, though, is our backpack giveaway night. If you want to donate a backpack full of school supplies for the kids, reach out to Pat or Patty during the week, or just show up and bring one. I brought one 2 weeks ago. I was like a week early. Mine may or may not have one of my books in it. That's a good one. the adults how to go green to checker. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Not a yellow that time. Well done. Going home fifth is a 99 of Reed Joslin. In fourth, it's the 621 of Parker Heater. Third, the 100 of Carter Adel. Second, Blake Wilkie as they make their way into the Bronco Chevrolet victory lane. We have a victory lane unlike anyone else, I'm going to tell you. Other announcers of touring series when they come here, my buddy the Hammer, Eric Hedefeld, came down. He says, "Hey, it's like I was at a Kiss concert down there." And that's when you're down there, you can feel the heat. I'm not kidding you. Out of Ontonagon, Michigan, the 44. I know she's run here before this year. Give it up for Addison Dishaw. Scheduled for 12 laps. Down the races. the kids showing the adults how to go green and checker. Let's give a nice round of applause. Yes, currently the Bob Public Motorsports number 8 Charlie, East Central Coin, Jiggers Automotive. Give it up for Cole Shardeski out of Denmark, winner. Dr. Borgor for Pullman Double Duty Time, also for the 9 State Stunt Car. They pick up the pace. The driver from Chicago Falls. Your winner, he hails from Bennington, Nebraska. How about a nice Eagle River round of applause for our long hauler visitor, Caleb Wonder to the 131. That'll be the next one. Ferdinand Kitster, here we go. clean sweep tonight. They pick up the honors. Getting that machine up and back into the pits. Tough break for Johnson. We got another shoulder one here. Race to run. 8 now, 12 to go. Frederick leads yet. Veteran Snellenberger. How'd you like to be Cole Charneski to have a miracle at number 10? Down 12 to go. Well, I tell you what, for as often as he comes up here, which isn't very, he's got a very good winning percentage here at Eagle River in the Monaco Chevrolet Victory Lane out of O'Connell Falls. Give it up for the high side hustler, Kyle Frederick. Top 5 finishers, Snellenberger second, Sharoneski third, Stankowski fourth, Jason Zadroik rounding out the top 5 finishers. Up next, here's Zadroik Well Drilling Street Stocks. this is not ending like you like. Unfortunately, not good. Tempers flaring a little bit here.
He just ripped around and came back to hit him again. Yeah, with the fucking safety crew there. What a Jaguar. He hit Ben, 49. Ran up on top of him and then put him up in the wall.
Well, Danny Gracie obviously receiving the black flag.
Mike cut to the bits.
14 down, 6 to go. Matt Morrison living up to his nickname so far, the Iceman. He's been a cool customer. Great battle with Jake Brickner to 74. Blew to the rear bumper. Years ago, oh boy, and him again the wall. Folks, he is in the Monaco Chevrolet victory lane, and we would expect some antics here. The Iceman, Quentin Morrison. Nice. I know he'd do it upright. Our track photographer Josh Castle Creations Media, getting all the action. Check out his website and his social media. Coming up next, the big one we've all been waiting for, the 50-lap first ever Rumble at the River. And a big thanks to our sponsors again, Dulwich Sales, Dustin White Constructions, and Drake Well Drilling, and SR Woodwind. $10,250 to win the highest paying race in this track's 51-year history. And your lineup, it looks like this. On the pole, Luxembourg's Jared Seifer, the 22S. On the outside, Marcus Dunbar, the 7X Junior out of Marinesco, Michigan. Row number 2 of the X out of Luxembourg, Chris Butzman. Outside from Manning, Iowa, it's Jake Sackow in the 14. Row 3 inside Escanaba, Michigan's Jesse Denome, the 6D. Outside out of Greenville, it's the 58B, Slim Shady Shane Barr. Harley Dice inside, row number 4 out of Winona, Minnesota in the 2187. Outside, Boone, Iowa's Matt Avila in the 2X. Row 5 inside, Chippewa Falls, Michael Truscott of the 22T. Outside, Nick Kaler in the 13 out of Bloomer. Row 6 inside, hometown driver Jason Zadroit in the 1Z. Outside, Cole Shardeski out of Denmark in the Bob Cullen Motorsports number 8 Charlie. Row 7 inside, Bennington, Nebraska's Caleb Woodard in the 131. Outside, out of Mason, it's Tyler Gordon in the 41B. Lucas Rodine from Marion, North Dakota, the 19R. Outside, hometown ace Dustin White in the 73. Row number 9, Savage, Minnesota's Dan Wheeler in the red 1. Outside, from the Falls, it's Owen Wilcox in the 33W. Row 10, inside, Arkansas, Wisconsin, Shadow Kitchener in the 68K. The ace out of Kelly, Iowa, Cam Reimers in the 21. Row 11, Mass City, Michigan's Corey Jolliffe in the 2J. Outside, Seymour's Tim Jorgensen of the 118. Row 12, Jake Tim out of Norfolk, Nebraska, the car owner. He is from Winona, Minnesota. Outside, Trevin Beeser, the 9B out of Brussels, Wisconsin. And your promoter's choice in the 25th and final spot out of Eagle River, it's Ryan Brown in the 25. 25 cars for 50 laps.
No way.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance here at ringside, and the millions watching around the world on television, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's get on ready to rumble! Are you ready? Come on, let's get ready now. Come on, baby, let's get ready. Come on, baby, let's get ready. Tell me, are you ready?
25 cars ready to rock and roll. Cars will drop back 2 by 2. One more time, your lineup. Jared Seifert, 22, 7X Junior, Marcus Dunbar. Chris Bump for the X, Jake Sacco, the 14, Jesse Denome, 16. Shane Meyer, 58, Harley Dice, 2187. Pat Avila, 22X. Michael Truscott, the double boots. Justin White, 73. Dan Wheeler, the red one. Owen Wilcox, 33. Shadow Kitchener, 68K. Cam Reimers, 21. Corey Trollope, 2J. Tim Jorgensen, 118. Jake Kim, 7B. Trevor Beeser, 9B. Ryan Brown, 25. Start this race. That place pays 1,000. That's a good paying deal down the line. Distance. Gonna be some finesse here, and we got a long way to go. Hang on your cars tangled there in turn 4, Jason's Detroit. And the 131 of Caleb Woodard. Top of the order.
Flat tire.
Tire down on Jason's Detroit. Left rear tire down. The pickup. Left rear tire down. Heads up on the 180. Left rear down. Tough one for the 31 on Woodard. in the mix now as well. The 14 Marcus Dunbar. He's won track championships here in not only the both the Piedmont and in the USRA late model division. First year with Brandon, I believe. Lot of racing, 44 laps remaining. the second yellow caused by Truscott. He is out of the contest. 15 laps in. riders will encounter lap traffic before the checkers fly in this one. Got break for the Iowa Cam Reimers in the 21. Dunbar the fifth. Sixth and 10th, they got Shane Barr, Dusty White, Chris Lundgren. 41 is Matt Turner, and the 13th guy, Matt Gibbons. Dunbar tagged in that caution. Got right to the 7-inch here. Staying out there though. Down, 30 to go. Top right for the 8 Charlie, Paul Charneski. Not sure if he's going to be going off on the hook. Done at the 8 Charlie. He had a good solid top 5 run going here. You gotta wonder with all these cautions, will fuel be coming in? Fuel management. You wonder if will any of these drivers run out of fuel? First, Amela second, Shaver third, Meyer fourth, Dustin White up into the top 5, 73. One to go, signal. Too many yellows, we're going single file. We went single file a lot longer than we, or double file, it was a lot longer than we had planned. That's not to be good. Amela playing a little pack out lead with a stock out on front. What are you going to do? Let's see this chess match play out here. There's a 5-figure payday on the line. Here we go. out of De Pere caught up in that melee and the X. And they're starting to drop like flies, folks. It's literally a cat and mouse game, a kind of a chess game on these restarts. And the record being put to the test here in this one.
That was a deliberate takeoff. Are these guys going to run out? They should have it. I mean, they run I don't know. Is it 10 gallons or I don't even know. That makes sense. You never know. I mean, there's...
Well, apparently Iowa continued to lead up near the front. They're going to get to a game of Survivor at this point. Not sure if Taylor Vernon has a problem at the 41. Ryan Brown got a little damage on the 25. This could end up being a game of Survivor. Dustin White up there. So this attrition bringing the car count down. Maybe we can go with some green flag racing from here on out as the number of tires continues to dwindle. Well, Cole Charneski makes it back down to the 8 Charlotte. The night ends for Dustin White in the 73. Rear end hanging out of that car. So it's back out Dr. Love. You know what the attrition rate is? You just kind of play your cards right, mid-pack, near the back, and the attrition just kind of thins the herd a little bit. Tough break for Dustin White, one of the sponsors of this event. He goes off on the hook. 28 laps remain in this one. Single file restarts from here on out. Of the original 25 starters still out and running. Winner in 10th place even pays $1,000. So what's $10,250 for the winner? tires on the restart? Hard to say. Second yellow, he has history on this one. 2 spins, you cause him, you're out. We're dropping 1 by 1, folks. In, 22 to go. looks like the 19 is off. Well, the issue right now is we have a car that's lapped. It needs to go to the tail. That would be the 8C of Cole Charneski. And Rodin makes it back out. Receiving the black flag, we're not going to the tail. So the holdup is for the 8C up in turn 4. kilometers making it at the end.
The big place just next to him. Sorry about your phone out there. We had to run it over to get out. It's time to get out of this now. He doesn't have a seat. Right?
Well, we're down Victory Lane waiting for Matt Avila to make it up here. Mike, can you turn the music off, please? A bean and bad at a race. He's got the hardware, the $10,250 check. He's making his way up into this Minocqua Chevrolet Victory Lane. This guy has a penchant for winning the big shows. Wow. This is how legends are made. There he is. All right, Matt. Go ahead.
I thought that was the North-South 100 there for a little bit. I didn't know if that race was ever going to get over. Long time, man, nerves are while you're out there rolling around, and you know you got a lot of good cars behind you, the 14, 22. It's awesome. I wish that all the cautions wouldn't have came out when the top was still. Me and Jake were going to put on a hell of a show for you guys, I think. But I'm glad to pick it up. This is awesome to do this.
Yeah. Yellows breed yellows, sure. And would you rather have had less yellows but deal with lack traffic? I mean, what's the lesser two evils there?
The first time I seen traffic, I was pretty happy for the yellow because I didn't know if the top was still good enough to get around me, and not knowing how many laps are left is kind of makes you get nervous too. You didn't know, I tried to set a pace, so I didn't catch that lap traffic there at the end. I didn't know how many laps were left, so it's like you don't know how hard to go, and you don't want to put yourself in a bad position and get to them and try to get around them and get out the bottom there.
Your next is 141 speed. You got a day or two off in between there, or not really?
Oh yeah, we're gonna go work on this thing, get it ready to go for 141, and see if we can't. Well, this is the third $10,000 check I've took out of this state, to see if I can't make it forward.
Avila, the 2X, congratulations. He hauls home the big check here tonight. Don't tails, just the deep six this thing, I'll tell you what. Anybody want to take a cordless mic home with them? I'm going to throw it at it. Just kidding. Again, big thanks to Dustin White Construction, Dahlbeck Sales, Zadroik, Well Drilling, and SR Woodwind for making this possible. With our first race, we're trying to break it down and improve things for next year. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next Tuesday for backpack giveaway night here at Eagle River Speedway. Good evening, everybody.